we fix it? I had another Linux breaking experience. Someone I knew from a long time ago came over, and it turns out that my computer broke while I was away. I was like using OBS to record Factorio, and then OBS like crashed in a weird way. And for whatever reason, I thought it'd be a good idea to do a system update, just like, and then leave. And it did not finish, and like it was missing the kernel, so it can't boot when there's no kernel. That's problematic. And I had to live boot it with a USB and go in and fix it. But I know how to do that, so just fix it. Simply just fix it. Okay, so do you remember yesterday when nothing was working and everything was blowing up? As of right now, everything is working. I promise, I solemnly swear, I will not touch the file system on my server. I know that no cow would be better. If I enable that no cow option, it's gonna blow up. I'm gonna need to wait for a kernel update with newer code that works better if I want to do that. And that is not released yet, at least for Proxmox. I could probably build it myself, but it's just a little micro optimization. Don't need it. It's all fine. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. Okay, what? Okay, so now what I need to do is what I was trying to do yesterday. Oh, Factorio, I forgot to start the server. Can't forget Factorio, you know. So while we're waiting for that to log in, I can go to, what song is this? Brian Power. Like it. Hello. We got the server back. We did. So what happened? I kind of summarized it. That's a nice groove. I think I'm gonna steal it. Music. I don't know what it is. Something like that. Okay, so what happened? So yesterday I was trying to do this. I was trying to create a new thing. I still remember the number, if I can type it. Maps database. I was trying to make a new container. And I was like, oh, you know what would be good? If the file system I'm using, if I disabled copy on write, because I know that's bad for databases and like file system images as a file on a file system. So that would make everything faster and everything better. But instead of doing everything faster, everything better, everything broke, and it stopped. Anytime I like anything tried to write to the disk, it would just hang forever. So all of my containers here broke, all of them. I yeah. I felt like a caveman after that. I had no server. I couldn't like watch my TV shows and stuff after the stream ended. I wonder if this works. Oh, hey, it's Factorio. I'm just gonna start the server. All right, Factorio server up and running. Right, I wanted to check. Check if the Arch container is working. FFmpeg. It is working. Okay. Okay. Well, everything's working then. Yeah. So what I did to fix it is I turned it off and on again. I didn't actually expect that to work. So that was a surprise when it did work. Okay, making a new container. I'm going to try Alpine. Good. So this is the storage thing that I tried to set to like be better. Where the hell did my coffee go? Oh, it's in the opposite of the refrigerator. The microwave. Yeah, so basically I turned it off and on again. I did a lot of tinkering with it. Like I updated everything as well. Because like rebooting is an opportunity to update. Probably. I mean, would it benefit from more cores? Probably. More memory? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I got lots of memory. That's like not in use. Okay, why not just go ham? Right. What was the IP? Was it 29? 254. Good. Yes. Okay, maybe the image is corrupted because of all the stuff I just talked about. Maybe you can just download it again. I have to do all that data entry another time. Again. Okay. Download. Oh. Okay, so checksum mismatch. So it was like, okay, I'm gonna try to download. Oh, look, it already exists. Check local, check remote. Oh, they're different. And then it gave up. I don't know why it gave up instead of like fixing it. Oh yeah, look, size is 0 bytes. You can see that just above my camera. So that's why it didn't work. Remove. Hooray. There, where'd it go? It was right there. Okay. Okay. 3 megabytes. Whoa. Okay, I can see why you would use Alpine. Okay, one more time. Maps. Maps. Database. This is still here. Yep. Did it say 0 there as well? All right. 1,000,000 CPU cores. How do I remember all these numbers? I don't understand. Wow. Do it. Wow. Okay, well, after much failure, success. Okay. So I want to actually, I don't know, should I? Surely it'll work, right? Do like, hey, Postgres, do I have to like bind to IPs and sockets? Or will it just be like, oh yeah, hi, I'm right here? I have no idea. I don't know how networking works. Oh. Okay. Um, I have a second network device that's a direct connection to this computer. Oops. Oh, it's 29. Oh. Rate limit. Okay, so now I can connect it to it directly through the dedicated wire rather than having to go through a router or something like that. Okay, did I boot it? I did not. Do it. Boom. And it's up. Oh, or maybe not. There it is. 29. There's no user. Are you allowed to SSH into root? Wait. I have a SSH key. I guess I just haven't made the user yet. Okay. One more time into root. I don't know why I logged out. Okay. What is it? 209. Ooh, what the heck is that? Oh, it's Alpine stuff. Okay. What is the Alpine package manager? Okay, and then SSH. Oh, is it just slow? Alpine doesn't come with the SSH daemon. Well, it's not apt. I don't know. APK. Okay. Okay. Relp. I'm Scooby-Doo. Fix. Add. To world. Oh, yes. World. Yes, of course. It's world. Okay. Does it automatically start the daemon? Does it use systemd? Okay. RC. Ugh, okay. Starts at boot. Oh my god. That is not a lot of services. Pretty cool. Okay. Does it also start instantly? No. Okay. How are you doing? So we've got this guy and that guy. Let's look at the other configurations. So, what did I do for this guy? 24. Okay. Okay, so it could just be misconfigured here. I put 32 on these guys. And I don't think there's a gateway. Yeah, okay. So, okay, we try again. Oh! Aren't I supposed to have finger? Oh. Quad password. Oh my god, bro. Didn't I just set that? Set shell. It's very minimal. 3 megabytes is quite small. That is very thin. All right, what about... What? There's a bug. A physical manifestation of bug. QL. Hooray. Nice. If you want to use JIT, what is that JIT? Is that JIT like JITting SQL? Okay, I gotta learn about this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Arbitrary. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Like in this thing I went like, "Oh, here's my key, my public key," and then it just ignored it. I guess it's Alpine instead of like Debian or something. I don't know. Is the SSH keys in a different location? Why can't I log in? Do I need to like reboot the server or something, or the container? I don't know. Hmm. Damn. Damn. 50 megabytes. That is. That is. I can see why people use Alpine. No system D bloat. Uh, okay. I'm gonna use Alpine as my desktop. My desktop is 3 megabytes. I use 10 megabytes of RAM. Uh, okay. Also, I changed the terminal. I was using WesTerm, but it was like a frame behind and like double pressing keys, and like I had to like move the mouse to make the screen update. So like that's a not a good experience. So I'm just using XFCE terminal because kitty misbehaving, everything bad. Oh my god. Why is permission denied? NVIDIA issues? What do you mean NVIDIA issues? Oh, okay. You're talking about, but it's explicit sync, isn't that like an everything using explicit sync issue? My term isn't laggy for me. Are you using explicit synchronization? Is that seriously an NVIDIA issue? Okay, I'm gonna try restarting the container. Let's see if that works. Okay. Connection closed, of course. Permission denied. Um. Why? Root. root? Okay, what if I do this? Oh. Oh, is that the problem? Well, wouldn't it... Permission denied? Okay, how about... Bash. Yay. Hooray. Okay, how now? Oh, okay, so it's just a bad error message. Just wasn't very descriptive. Okay. Hi. I'm in the database. There's nothing here. Awesome. No way. Where was that thing I was at before? Okay, so if I try to run this, it'll like be like, hey, you're actually a dumb person. Let's see. Okay, that is the message. You're actually a dumb person. Let's see. Check installation instructions. Okay. So this guy said like service start. Let's try that. Go to the root. RC service start. Oh, the error is different. Okay, so I want like, what if we go like connection? Okay, so it doesn't like me. Root does not exist. Okay. 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 The administrator has not created a PostgreSQL user account for you. Chapter 21. You will need to become the operating system user under which PostgreSQL was installed. Permission denied. Okay, database roles. So probably I want like read and write or something. Well, why would I? No, I guess that's good because that's good, I think. Okay, create and manage roles. No way. Users and wait, okay, let's read this. What does it say? Manages database access person using concepts roles. Roles can be thought of as either a database user or a group of database users, depending on how the role is set up. Roles can own database objects, tables, and functions. Functions? And can assign privileges on those objects to other roles to control who has access to which objects. It is possible to grant membership in a role to another role. What? Why would you? That's like recursive. That's indirection. Okay, the concept of roles subsumes the concept of users and groups. Users and groups were distinct kinds of entity, but now there are only roles. Huh. Okay. That sounds like, what is it? Abstraction, pre-abstraction. Actually, we can abstract this away into one type of thing. Maybe it's good. Okay, this chapter is to create and manage roles. Can be found in section 5.8. Privileges on various database objects. Okay. Create role name. How do I get here? Okay. How do I like PSQL? All right, let's try. Let's just try this. What the hell is this? Create user. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm in. Roles. So I'm like wondering at what level the permissions are best to implement. Like, does it make sense to have a separate API for read and write? I think that's nice to have the roles on the database thing. If you're like using this like all-in-one architecture where like the database is just a chungus that sits there and is being a database and serves you data instead of like some library that accesses a file, then having all these crazy features is good as well. Oh my god. Okay, so role. Oh. Okay, so they're like They've got like they're using the database to configure the database. Oh, oh, that's like the way to do it though. Is to like try not to have special cases where you have like this like role management code when you have all this database management code, and it's like the point is to have a database. It makes sense. It's funny because like there's so much extra features from that, but it's free because you got all the database code. Like you're making a freaking database. Those capable of logging in. No way. Oh, is that the column name? All right. Show me the money. Okay, so I'm thinking like, how about I have a role called quat that can like finagle the database. I have a role called read, and that's like the public API, and then I have a role called write, and that's like the actual thing, the map service that like you can create new map. It like does the work. So read is like a window into the data. Write is the controller of the data, and quat is the administrator. So I'll have the client log in as write, and then if I make a public API, it'll log in as read. And then when I'm administrating the database, it automatically logs me in as quat. Okay. Create role quat semicolon. Wow. 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 Okay, what about this guy? Okay, quat cannot log in yet. How do I say, please log in? Yes, I log in. Yes, do it. Me log in. Give me orange. Fresh roles distribution. We have the same name as the operating system that initialize the database cluster with initdb unless a different name specifies roles, often Postgres. In order to create more roles, you have to first connect as the initial role. Every connection to the database server is made using the name of some particular role. And I see. Okay, so there's no like password. Okay, that's awesome actually. So like the remote connection connects to like whichever thing you want, and then it doesn't control the way that your thing connects to the database. So however you choose to do that defines the permissions. I like that a lot. So you don't need these pesky passwords. The client application can just self-report and say, trust me, bro, I am quat, because it's running on a server you own. And you don't let people connect to the database directly. I like it. If I accept all of the like giant chungus of like features and like architecture, then it makes sense. Like I can see how you can scale this down for like one application, but then with this architecture, I can also see how you can scale this up and have it be endlessly extendable, and you can like make a big spaghetti monster of microservices. I am for sure learning here. This is the big learn. Create user. Did I? Oh, create role. Okay. Okay. So I assume I can fill in this column for the role quad, and then I'll be able to log in. Let's see. Why is it useful to not be able to log in? Is that like the is that like organizing permissions? So like you can set groups of permissions and stuff, and then say like this loginable user has this role, this role, this role, this role. So you can't directly log in as those roles, but you can like have different sets. I assume that's why it's useful. Create user includes login by default. Okay, so how do I say, oh, actually the user that I created, give it login? Will it yell at me for trying to create a duplicate user? Actually, why don't I just test that? Let's see. Create role quad. Quad already exists. Okay, what about quad login? Do it. Already exists. Okay. Okay, so I need to edit it. Or I could drop it and then create it. I'm going to figure out how to edit it. Alter role. Alter, let's try alter role set login. Okay, let's try that. Alter role quad set login semicolon. Huh? No semicolon? Huh? Huh? Okay, and then we look at who all. Why? What happened? Huh? 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 Okay, so this doesn't make sense for Postgres. It doesn't get it. Okay. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Replication? Oh, is this a list of permissions?
Password. Wait, you can use password. The client authentication requires users to supply password in the database. Okay.
No inherent. Ooh, I can already imagine the spaghetti code. Connection limit. Interesting. Hmm. When a non-super user creates a role, oh, is there like, okay, is there like internal help here? Can I do like alter role help? No. Yeah, that's you probably don't want that. Because you're like administrating a database. Eh. Oh, look at that. Okay. Uh, Not a good idea. Uh, so quad set to on. So I want this bad boy right here. Boom, boom. Oh my god. Oh, it's doing the stupid thing again. Oh. Alter role Baba Booey with dot dot dot. What is? Oh, okay. So it's like that. Okay. Okay. So I go like alter role quat login. Okay, and then from here I go like, hey man, and it goes like you're actually stupid. Okay, so database quat does not exist. Okay, we had a different error message. Okay, so we probably want this. Booah. Permission denied to create database. Okay, that makes sense. So who should own the database then? If I have quat, read, write, and like the super root admin guy. Postgres. Write? It's interesting. These are like different tools. Get out of here. Freaking fruit fly or something. So these are like running database queries to like do what you want it to do. So they're like convenience tools. I assume you can do everything with like SQL. Create DB. Okay. So, okay, I assume if you create a database, okay. Well, maybe Quat owns the database. Do it. Okay, so we're gonna do. Hey man, how about Quat can also create databases? Okay. How about that? Maps. Okay, that took a long time. Wait a second. Is this thing socket? Is it so this is like not networking? Can I connect to the database like this? Let's see. Connect to Postgres through socket instead of local host. Okay, it's not. Socket. Database connection control functions. Hmm. C library lib Postgres Q. Hmm. A backup. This looks like ChatGPT type stuff. Cracking the shell of mystery. Bruh. Okay. I did that. Okay. Um okay. Same name as a current username. Many tools assume that data name is a default second service. Okay. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So then now I can go maps. And then now this one, so this is like Uber route man, and this is like, oh, I just for maps. Okay. Hmm. Bust out enormous SQL queries just on the fly. Multi-line. I've seen some of the SQL queries that its name puts together to like optimize the queries of the B-Hop game. It's massive. He's quite good at it. And I'm very glad that he's on my team. He's on my side. I don't have to fight him. Oh wait, database super users. Mm-hmm. PSQL is listening to you. I'm listening. What do you say? Mm-hmm. Do it. Give me that. All right. No way. Alpine Linux muscle. GCC. Okay, so this is what I failed to achieve yesterday because the file system was broken. I couldn't even get started. Okay. Man. No way. Hell is that? Okay, is it backslash? Okay, list or something like that. Q? Ooh. What's a template? I'm using a Canadian database. Locale. Owner is quad. Okay, so now I'm thinking about like the database configuration and like I guess there should be a initialization program that's like create the rows and stuff of what you like what I just did, create DB maps. I guess I don't know. You're not really going to do that more than once. So maybe it's fine to just assume it already exists. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so maps is a database. What does my data look like? I know I wrote this before, and I wish I could find it. I wonder if I... No. Oh, you know where it might be? It might be on Fullbox. Let's see. Hmm. Maybe. Let's see. Nar. Ooh, there it is. Yes, I found it. Okay. I knew I wrote it. Oh. Whatever. Okay. Okay. So I I have this. Hell is that? Oh. So this is like, okay, well, I guess it's okay. So, what I want to start it out as is like a staging area where like, it's the step just before it goes live to the game, and like, so if you make a map fix, that's a new version of the map, and then you have to test it before you can publish it. That makes hard maps really hard to fix. But I mean, you can have open access to like the staging. Get no way. Okay, so like you have a map. It's got some sort of database ID. Somebody owns. Okay, so this is like a submission. So this is like who has permission to edit it by default. So this was designed with like map test in mind. So maybe it doesn't make sense for staging. Because staging is more admin controlled. Production, staging, and testing. I don't know. Map test. 3 tiers. Do we need 3 tiers? Yeah, so I was imagining like you make a new map and then it exists. It has its own web page, and you like go to the web page and be like, "Wow, that's my map." And it says it's under construction, and you like fill out a form that has options for like this, and I guess the model ID. Okay, do maps on staging always have... Okay, so staging is distinct from map test. Maps on staging exist in the StrafesNet inventory. Oh, no, 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 no. It's separate. Right, right. So I wanted to have it like, okay, so there's groups. So groups. StrafesNet map test. I think this becomes staging. So this will be like the map council workplace. So when you are doing map council things and you go like publish or like upload map fix, it'll publish it to this group, and this is the staging area. So then you test the map, you get a time on the map to verify that it works or something like that. Probably, I think I'll want that. Because it's sort of like a routine of like test the map before you upload it to the main game. I think that's a good idea. It can make a bit of friction. I think it's a good idea. Require testing it at least once. As long as like anybody can complete the map, anybody can join the like staging game, and anybody can complete the map, and then that counts as like verified. And then a map council member goes like, okay, push the main game, and it'll check to see if all the scripts are allowed and all the if there's a valid time and stuff. It'll like have a procedure that it does with a click of a button to put the map in the main game. That's the idea behind this. Is it's a system that does most of the work when you press a button. Oy, 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 oy. Okay, so this is not map test. This is stage. Oh, you can't rename a group. Why is there group funds? What the hell? Administrator. Roblox, change group name. You can't do that, can you? Oh. Oh. Do I want... Okay, so let's see. In order for map test to be the easiest it can be, I think it's better to have players own the models, and you can just do whatever as you're building your map. But then the staging area, the group owns the models, and it's managed by bots and like software. So nobody can actually edit the maps arbitrarily. It can only be configured with like the map submission system. So it's a little bit more controlled than map test, or like a lot more controlled, I guess. So map test is like the Wild West. You can do whatever you want, and it makes developing your, or I guess developing is the wrong word, building your map easy and frictionless. And then there's guardrails in place once you start trying to submit it to the game. So map test is Wild West. Staging is like a bit more curated. It's maps that are actually being considered for the game, or like changes to maps in the existing game. Maps are actually being considered. It's basically accepted maps, I think. So you would still test the maps on... I had this thought on that song before as well. Okay, so I'm thinking about the current map accepting process. So HJ Man goes through the maps in map test, and he has someone complete the map on map test. But I'm thinking that part changes to the staging thing. So like, it doesn't really matter if the map is possible until it tries to get into the game. And you can sort of ignore that until the final like button push publish. Someone has to, it's more of just review only, and you're like, okay, yeah, this map looks great. We can test it later. And then, so HTTP Man would have a form for entering the maps. Does that make sense? Okay, so this group, this is 25 cents. It doesn't matter. So what I originally wanted with this was that the group would own the models. And so like you would have some sort of interface to update your map. But I think that's too much friction. I think that updating your own model is less friction. Hi, Quaternians. Hi, Wonder R B-hop. So I think staging. Okay, so currently, I didn't know you could change group names. That's pretty cool. So on the group, staging is here. Does it make a difference where that staging place is? So that is like programming staging. Which is perhaps different than map staging. Um, right. So this place has to be here if I'm using the um, main game map places. So okay, so testing the code on the main game map places. I could have a place on both, and it uses a different database. Why? Would it be better? I think it would be better to have the staging game on the other group, and it uses the staging maps. So staging programming and staging maps. And then you also have surf staging and b-hop staging. So like the map council would use surf staging and b-hop staging to test map fixes. And then the programmers would use staging to test code changes. And they also have access to the staging maps. So you can like develop a new feature. Like, I don't know, bouncy platforms, like that feature. So you could change a map in a controlled way without affecting the main game maps or the main game code. It's cold. Yeah, so I'm thinking that's better to like remove the staging place from this group and put it into this group, and I just call this group staging. 25 cents. Oh, I lost 25 cents. Okay, so I'm gonna heat this up. Blocking state. Promiscuous mode. Okay, so why does this need to be different from the maps database for the main game? So like it could be the same code but a different instance and hold metadata. How does that work? Okay, so I think that the staging programming place uses the staging programming database, and then the map staging places use this like newfangled maps database. How? Why? So what does that look like? Why does it have to exist? Let's look at the proto. Hold on. Okay, so map response. So it has an ID, display name, creator, game ID, and date. So this is the shape of the data in well, I mean, I guess not necessarily, but it's the shape of the data in the game database. So all those fields exist on my prototype thing here as well. Creator, display name, date. There's one more. Game ID. Game ID. So all of those fields exist. Oh. In the same order. Excuse me. So how does that help? Why does it make sense to have a separate database? So the programming environment is volatile. It should be able to be wiped at a moment's notice and not really matter. Like just wipe all the times, wipe all the bots, gone. Because it's a programming environment. It's for testing code. Whereas this maps staging is like a serious database. It's a serious database that's organizing information before it's moved to the main game. So it's maybe it should just be like another database on the same thing. Should this be like a main database? I guess it doesn't really matter. So there's a little bit of extra information. There's like so this doesn't make sense for this. I'm gonna I'm gonna make a new version. So, okay, so it's like, data is very, very important. The way the data is organized is like one of the most important parts of this. So I should get it as sorted as possible until I actually need to test things and like create something, and then I'll iterate on it as I go as well to try to get the best data structures possible. I think this is quite close. So this data shape is good for map test. So like if you just have arbitrary models, so you could have like another database that's the map test database, and then that submits to staging. So you have this like chain. That's a possibility. So this shape could be good for an additional layer if I think that's worthwhile. But I'm thinking that the organized, and that would like kind of automate HJ man's job. So like if this information already exists in the map test database, then HJ man is like, boom, accepted, and then it would go to staging. I think that's too many layers. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. I think that I cut this down, and instead of having these like map test, I don't know, maybe it's because okay, maps can get like lost and forgotten, but if they're organized in a database, then you can just go, what maps have changes requested currently, and it'll just show you a list of the maps that have changes requested, instead of like it's written in a text document somewhere and nobody knows about it. Right. So I was imagining. Hmm. Um, okay, what if database entries don't always correspond to a staging map? Uh, look at this. If we go to Bobux the game. And we look at this. So that's not, it's this one. So these are the actual models that the game is loading. It's like the maps where the maps are hosted on Roblox and downloaded as models when you change to that map. And there's lots and lots and lots. You can't set the page. That's cringe. There's lots. I think there's something like 1,000 maps. So this course in this data structure here, this corresponds to the live asset ID of like this map has a weird. This map has a model that is in the main game, and this is the asset ID. But I could also have a staging asset ID for that map where the map council can upload map fixes and test them before they're uploaded to the main game. And how does that fit into this data? Is it an enum? Is it a struct? Is it a field in here? It would need to be an optional field if it's in here. It would need to be like option. Something like that. But then I would also want this to be like that. Okay. Testing. Does it need to does the database need to know if there is a map fix currently being tested? If you upload a map fix to the staging map, right now I'm trying to determine if I should have one map data structure that represents the map all the way from submission of like, I want to submit this map to add it to the game, to like review and to staging. Is that all the same database and the same data map? Or should there be a separate struct of like a map test map, and then the map test maps are controlled by the map maker, and then the staging maps are controlled by the map council? And so the map council would review the map test maps and then click accept. And then accepted means it has a staging asset ID. And then in staging, it's either being tested or not being tested. It doesn't, I don't think that needs a distinction. I think it can just be, it's the current version and this is the map in the main game, or maybe there is none. I think that's optional. I don't know. So I think this is like map test map, something insane like that. And then this is not real. And then this is not real. It's like this. So this is like, so this model is created in the StrafesNet staging group when a map council member clicks accept on a map test map. Let's see. I think I'm gonna make a little project here. It's here. Cargo new. Maps system. What do I call everything else? Game. Very descriptive. Maps. That makes sense though. So what? Maps system. Game RPC. So there's the data service, maps service, I guess, is the idea. Okay. So I'm gonna zoink this. And I'm gonna go like new file, map test, and then new file staging. So map test looks like this for the most part. And I can delete this, and this will crash, but that's okay. I can just open it in 0 seconds. So game ID, status. Nope. Okay, so this is map. And then staging is different. I don't know, types, I don't know, doesn't really matter. Use it. Oh. Oof. I lost it. Give it back. Wait. Oh, it must have got deleted by some sort of weird selection. Is never used. Okay, so... Okay, stop thinking about that. Oh, I pasted it in the wrong thing. I see. Okay, so map and status looks different on staging. Get out of here. That's where the code went. Okay, so on map test, you don't have a change log. Um, 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 okay, so what happens if you are the creator of the map and you want to submit a map fix, but you only have access to the map test database? Can you submit a map fix that way? I don't know. Like there's a chain there where like if it's accepted, then it knows where it should go in staging, and then it can like so what does it look like when a map fix is being tested? Does the database need to know about it? So that's like oh, XML. Oh. Oh. Ugh. Okay, that's bad data normalization. Thinking. Okay, so let's make a drawing. Do I have 6? I do. Okay, so right now in my mind it's like this. So you have over here you have map test. We can call it map test. Pets. And your map can be have these statuses of like under construction, let's try this. And then you go like accepted. And it goes to, ooh, that's a big box. Staging. And this has its own database. I am an artist. Ooh, let me go. Ooh, database. And then I don't want to draw it again. This also has a database. Oh, why is it there? Yep. This should be like. I want to move everything to the right. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. I guess I could have moved it and then moved all the other stuff, but. Okay, good. And then staging has testing. So this is like statuses. And then live. And then there's another box. Main. Okay, how about... Okay, so that's the current way things are in my brain. Where like on map test, you can like the data controlled by map maker. And then on staging, data controlled by map council. Wow. Okay, apparently the Factorio server is messed up. Any second. Any day. Okay. Why? Okay. Why did this... What? Why did I exit that? Ah, that was the problem. I typoed that again just now. Somebody's joining the Factorio server. Well. Nice. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so what's going on? That's huge. Okay, so this is pretty complicated. I don't know if I need it to be this complicated. Grumble. I kind of did this weird, cause like, hello, change the color, you goon. Bro, change the freaking color, you goon. Oh, hell nah. Okay, I'm just gonna do another text. Why is GIMP laggy, man? Okay, so I made that because like these are statuses. Oh, you know, I should actually keep the text purple. Give me that. Hello? Okay. Okay, so yeah, I kind of put it in a weird place, but like that's what's going on in my brain. Is like um once it's accepted, it goes into the staging place as a map in testing. What if it gets deleted? I guess it doesn't need to, but like, what if every map fix is its own testing, but it should already know. It should already know. Does it? Okay, this is a critical point as well, which is like, is a map fix, can it be in the same pipeline as a map submission, or should map fixes have their own pipeline? I think that it's distinct because it already exists. So it's like dropping back a level, kind of, where like you want to submit a map fix to a map that is in main. So it like makes an entry in staging that's like a totally new entry. Why does it need to do that? That sounds complicated. Okay, because it's goofy this way with the statuses, because the ID of the map that it points to only exists when it's in that state. So you can't go back to the testing state because that map version was published. So fixes are distinct from new maps in that way because they already exist on the target database that you're trying to push the data to. So the data is like flowing. Does that look correct? Can I? Yeah, the data is flowing this way. I'm moving my hands the same way as the stuff on screen. So with a new map, you're creating a new entry. With a map fix, you're updating an existing entry. In the map list, both should be accessible, and you're just kind of testing them, but they should know what they are. So is that an enum of enums? Is that? So it should be like, I am a map fix, or I am a new map that doesn't exist yet. I think it can be part of the same data, but that is a distinct, they're distinct entities. I am being pulled away by a Factorio user. Okay, so what does that look like in the data? So this is like submission status, and then there's a testing status or something like that. Actually, does that exist in this? Let's see. Staging. Okay, so this is like testing submission status, and then and then so this is more like type. Right. That's so goofy. Sumbition. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Stray Center Matap's group got named. Roblox did say that it would be that it would like tell group members about it. It cost me 100 Robux. So this is like super weird and goofy. Like this is like weird and goofy and weird. Okay, we could okay, so we could say okay, so that would mean it's not a okay, that would actually put the changelog into the main game. What is Postgres? I was talking about you. This is Postgres right here. Yep. I made a, where is it? Container on my server. Exit. Oh, it does work. Okay. And I It's a SQL database. It's a database. Um, yeah. So the project right now is a map submission system. So I have this diagram of my current brainstorming, and the idea is you make your map, do whatever, and then you submit it to the map test database. And then for the review process, you would just like look at the map, be like, that looks good. But you wouldn't need to you wouldn't require someone to complete the map yet. That can be done later. So you review it, you go like, oh, this is rejected. I'll never accept this even with changes. Or you can say changes requested, and then like write your changes or something. And then like, so okay, what happens is the map maker will create this entry in the database, and they control the data. So they choose when they want to submit it. So they click submit or something. It's a website maybe. And then when it's submitted, now it appears on your list of submitted maps. And then you click accepted. And what that does is it creates an entry on the map staging database. And the idea behind that is that it is this group, which I have called StrafesNet Staging. And the idea is that there will be, so for, so this is the normal group, right? So there's surf, bhop, fly trials, and staging. We're not going to talk about that right now. So the idea is there would be test places on this group, and the set of maps that exist on those places are the staging maps. So that's like either it's a new map that was just accepted and needs to be tested before it goes live, or it's a map fix to a map that already exists and you're testing the map fix before it goes live. So that's the like, it's a separate version of the map that you're testing before you click a button and it goes live. Isn't this what already the map cancel does already? Yes, but it is structured, organized, automated, or that's the plan, is to make it structured, automated, organized. There's lists, there's databases, there's buttons you can click, and so you just click a button and it does everything, instead of like, Quat, can I please have the map file? You just go to the map web page and click download, right? And then instead of like submit a pull request to the map, what the hell is it called? Map tracking. Instead of submitting a pull request to map tracking, you where did it go? You go to the main map web page and click I don't know, create new map fix or something, and then it creates an entry on the staging database of like, I'm testing a map fix, and then you click a button and it goes to the main game. After so it'll like require you to complete the map. Ideally, I think that's good. So right now I'm trying to sort out if new maps need to be separate from map fixes, and I'm coming to the conclusion that it can like reuse some parts, but it does need distinct state and distinct code. They can appear similar in the staging place. So like, if you go to the map test game, bhop staging or surf staging, map submission system is happening. I would like to make it happen. It's a name doesn't want me to write it in Rust, which is tragic. That might be a problem. Why? He said it would be like writing a website in C++, like actually insane. Performance isn't concerned. Safety doesn't matter. That's what he said. Everything he wrote is in Golang. And I've written Golang before. I just find it boring. He's kind of right. Yeah, Golang would be the mature option. Website in C++? That sounds like something I would do. I don't see the problem. Pause all development on everything and learn a new language. It's not really a problem, honestly. I just find it boring. Rust stimulates my ADHD. I feel stimulated when I'm writing Rust, and it like keeps me engaged. Not a problem is insane. Like I've sat down and wrote code in programming languages I've never used before. All you need is an example, a code example, and you like look at working code and then write your new code. Having an example is the most important thing. Do we need this that bad instead of a time wipe system? That's part of this. This is like the infrastructure to make that possible. I was also discussing that with its name here. So council mappers has been formed to submit map fixes, and then when times are no longer valid because of a map change, it is too difficult to delete times safely and quickly. Time should be able to be deleted or invalidated without fear of data loss. Could just be a command in game. Yeah, so like the deleting individual times, you can't bulk delete a style with the current database stuff, but you can get a list of all times and then send a delete request for each one. I could write that in Lua. Maybe that's fine. You cannot be talking about programming networking if you have a whole Linux server set up and running. The thing about technology is like it's so specialized. So if you're like coming from a position of ignorance, you would think like, oh, a techie guy could do any tech. But that's absolutely not the case. Like Linux is its own entire thing. And then like there's little niches and specializations within that. Programming is its own thing, and there's niches and specializations within that. There's actually not significant overlap. You can be a Linux user without having a bunch of programming knowledge. You can be a programmer without ever touching Linux. You can do networking without doing a lot of programming. You can do programming without networking, and it's all, there's so many categories and specializations. Like networking has like BGP relays and IP addresses, and there's so much specialization and different things. It's not just technology. It's why I sit in front of a computer all day, every day, is because there's so much depth. I'm here to learn things and like gain knowledge and have ideas. And computers is such an insanely deep field of knowledge. So I can do something new and interesting every single day sitting in front of a computer. If you go to one thing, you learn the fundamentals, and it carries over to most things. You can quickly get decent at most things because of that, even if you don't understand what you're doing, for sure. But that doesn't mean you immediately know everything about it. And so you have to, if you've been watching this stream, you can see me like scrolling through the documentation of Postgres and going like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, and like, oh, I didn't know it was that architecture. And I'm learning all about this, even though I have 15 years of programming experience. I've never used an SQL database. Databases are their own thing. SQL is its own thing. It's niches within niches, specialization on top of specialization, and endless learning. You have to jump through the hoops. So yes, you can get better at it, but every single thing is different, and you have to do the hoops to know about it. So I couldn't have told you that Postgres is not a library before yesterday. I just learned that yesterday. Like, you can use libpq from C, but it's meant to be used as like its own service that runs separately, and you connect to it through the network to do your SQL queries. I didn't know that. I thought it was a library, and you just have your application that uses lib Postgres or something, and then that reads the file. But that's not it. That's not how it works. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were like, I was trying to design this and trying to think about what the shape of the data is that represents a map fix versus a map submission. So what if you are a map maker, but you're not on the map council and you want to submit a map fix? Okay, so let's say they're totally separate. That is where, size, bottom, please, hello. Yeah. Fill with white. Do it. Oh my god, bro. What is that? Okay. Okay. Jeebus. Okay, so then so this is, oh my god, bro. Okay, so shut. Why is it so laggy? So this is submission. How? Okay, so let's do a color. Red. We'll do blue. Go like this, and so that is a submission. And then we also have a map fix. And so laggy. So I'm just prototyping this as map fixes are totally separate from, or prototyping. It's more like brainstorming. Map fixes are totally separate from map submissions. So what are the statuses? So it would have the same statuses. Kind of. Okay, well, I've discovered something. I've discovered that map fixes have the same statuses. So if you're a map maker, okay, well that helped tremendously. That helped tremendously. So now I know. Now I know what the shape of the data looks like. This is it. I see it in my mind. So so we've got status, and we've got type. So type is type, and status is status. So the I'm thinking about the trail of breadcrumbs of like, if you make a map submission and then publish it to the live game, how do you trace that back and see where the live game map came from? And that's what this was for, of like, oh, I uploaded it to this asset ID. And then so you can like reverse index that and see like that. That's where this version of the map came from. Yeah. Why is this complaining? Game? Oh, is this a keyword? Oof. Okay. Oh. Uh, okay, so there's multiple ways to do this. So one way would be to have um, each map fix or map submission is its own entry in the staging database, and it's like an entirely different map. So you can actually, if imagine two map council members create a map fix for the same map. With that model, where each one is its own entry in the database, what that would show up as in game, if you go to the surf staging place, you would see like surf frigid. There'd be two of the same map in the maps list because they would be distinct. And then when they go live, they would disappear from the list because they're no longer in testing. I think this doesn't belong here. So the map fix knows what asset ID it wants to upload to, but the map submission is creating a new asset. It's making a new map in the bhop game. How bad the launch was? I wouldn't know. I didn't hear much about it. Why is the game so hard to run? Map fixes. Change an existing map in the main game so they know what model they are replacing. Upload to map submissions, create a new entry in the new map entry in the main game map database. When they go live. Okay, this could all be on the same database and like reference a more fundamental map ID. So that you can have map fixes, multiple map fixes for the same map, but they all know that they're for surf frigid. Um, what that would look like the so that I think that kind of fits with what I want for, or I guess what I wanted. It's not super important for fly trials, where instead of the map having a game ID, the game has a map list. So surf would say these maps are on the map list in surf, and then bhop would say these are the bhop maps, and you could have some of the same maps, like what is it, mail yourself in a box. That map plays well on both games, and it's kind of interesting. uh, the gravity difference makes it interesting on both games. And does it change the route, or is the route the same? I don't know. And then on fly trials, you could have a different set of maps, and then the maps don't have to be live only maps, and you can have a list of all maps that are game agnostic. And that database would be like the all map database. And like when you create a new map test submission, that's when it would be created. So that would make the map test interface a sort of that would be problematic, because then how do you revoke the data permission? Okay, so probably the map test database stays separate, because it's like the data is controlled by the map makers. So like they just kind of, they don't need to understand the data architecture of the game. They can just make mistakes, and it won't affect databases that matter for the live game. So I guess a map entry in the like all maps database is created when the map gets accepted, and then it's reused for the staging maps database. It's like, this is Surf Frigid, and it's reused for the main game maps list. But then it needs a model. I guess I could fragment that out, and it could have like a model only once it's pushed to live, but the like map metadata still exists, which is like it's like the creator display name, date, game ID. No. No, map type is wrong. This is a bad description. It's like edit type. Purpose? I don't know. It's a weird word for that. Is it a map fix or is it a submission? What is it? Type is too generic of a name for this. For some reason, the map accords. To give or grant, especially as being due or appropriate. Submission granted. Map fix granted. Accord. It's stupid. Okay, so then map test is slightly different as well. Do I allow map fixes on map test to come from map test? Does that make sense? So like if a map maker that's not part of the map council wants to submit a map fix, does it make sense to have all of this status for that map fix? Does it make sense to go through this long process, the multi-step process of like requesting changes on a map fix submitted by a non... I guess like you could have all map fixes go through this process. You could like, the map council could also upload their own model and then accept the map fix into staging, test the map fix, and then push it to live. That could be the standard process. Does that make sense, or is that like ridiculously complicated for a map fix? I reject this map fix. But that makes sense. Like, map fixes can be rejected. And you can request changes on a map fix. And you can be still constructing a map fix that can be under construction. And you can submit a map fix. You can say this map fix is ready to be reviewed. Under construction is a bit weird for a map fix. Well, what if it's a significant map fix? What if they're like remaking the whole map, like a Frost map fix? It's not necessarily instantly ready. Like you could create the map fix only after you're done. Like you could create the database entry only after you're done and like never be under construction and just go straight to submitted. But you aren't submitting a map fix before you finish it. Yeah, you also aren't submitting a map before you finish it. Don't understand under construction. So what you're saying is under construction is like not part of the system yet. What I thought would be cool was to be able to play under construction maps in an organized way where you can like see a list of maps that are like in the database in an organized way where like it doesn't include maps that are already accepted, and you can like sort by date or something and like see the new and hot maps. Because like if you have a database, that's really powerful. Graveyard map section, where the graveyard maps are maps that aren't intended to be accepted. No, that would be rejected. But like that's kind of what I'm going for, though. You have the right idea where like it's like maps that didn't quite make the cut or are like being created in real time. Like it's sort of like unofficial space to socialize with the map community. Like Surf and Be Up are the curated selection, official selection, and then you can access this more community selection of maps on. It might be good to have a map list on the map test places. It would really need to have more controls instead of just being a long list. You need to be able to like sort by date, sort by status, sort by type and stuff. Like, is it a map fix or is it a submission? Shouldn't there be a stage before this that has each map's known issues with a box where it's either not being fixed, currently having a fix being worked on, or has a submission? So in my mind, that's like issues. That's why I wanted a repo for each map, was to have per map issues. So that's a possibility, to have database data about map issues. But if instead of that you have just an all maps repo, and then issues are regarding all maps, and you just say, I have an issue with Surf Rigid. There's an out of bounds skip here, and it's just like a big pile of issues. So that could be here, and it could be a bit less organized. Like if it's on the database, issues would turn into like data entry, where like, please categorize your issue, please give an explanation, and it's like not everything fits into perfect categories. I think that just having this sort of text interface and all maps may be good enough. And the map submission system is more intended to be a pipeline for the fixes and for working via a website and not GitHub. I don't know. I don't really know how it all fits together. Like this was one idea I had was to have just a big repo of all the maps. So this would be the actual map files, and you could download the map files from this repo if you're on the map console. So this is the actual bhop example Roblox file. But it doesn't need to be like this. It could also be hosted on Roblox, and you have a button to download it from the website, and it just like goes from Roblox to you, to Roblox to the server, the map submission system server to you, proxy, login proxy. This is not necessary to have a repo. But this is useful for CI and versioning. But that can be done with button clicks as well. I don't know. I don't know what the end result will be. So I do think that submissions and map fixes have the same statuses. But submissions create a new entry when they are pushed to live or accepted. So when you have a submission on the map test database and it's accepted by a map council member, that creates an entry on the staging database. It creates a map submission on the staging database that's in testing, and then you push that to live after you've got a time and you've confirmed the map is possible, and that's what it checks for. So it won't allow you to push to live without testing the map. It'll like check the staging times database to see if there's an existing time for that specific map fix or submission. The only difference between submission and map fix is a map fix is changing an existing entry, and a submission is creating a new entry. How does the changelog fit into all this? God. Where's the changelog live? So the changelog would need to live on the main game, and you would need to write a changelog entry somewhere. Probably here, but then that's like bad data normalization. Do I delete the database entries? So in this architecture, the models are like transient. You don't have like a permanent model that corresponds to a main model, and then like you update the staging model and then update the main model, update the staging model, update the main model, or like update map test, accept it to staging, and then push it to live. Walk around the airport on foot. What? That's not flight. Oh. So um persistence. I don't know if that's okay. It doesn't really make sense to have multiple map fixes at the same time because they have to happen sequentially. So what you could have is like you have a map fix on staging and then you have to fix it again with an additional map fix before then publishing that version to live and skipping the like broken map fix or something, the incomplete map fix. You discovered it was incomplete when you were testing it or something like that. But then it's not a testing live status. It's just version number. And then like you just push the version number to main or something. So like you start at version 1 and then you make staging version 2 and then you push live to version 2. I think persistence is a good mental it's like it's kind of a intuitive mental model. If the like map fixes are deleted constantly, then like how do you find them? But if there's one entry for Surf Frigid that is the map and it's the current staging version, I think that makes more sense than having these like transient fixes that are like testing and then pushed to live. Okay, how does that work? I think that the transient model is fine for map test, but there's still a problem of like, what if you push a fix to the same model on map test? That's not how Roblox is organized. For the map test statuses to be under staging, since that's all map council stuff. That's how I had it initially. Accepted by map council into staging, surely just go live. Well, the point of staging is to test before you push to live. So map test to staging, you don't need to make sure the map is possible. You think that the fix is good and you want to push the fix to the main game. But it doesn't need to be tested until it's ready to go in the main game. There's a wall that needs to be put into place for that. You're right. It doesn't need to have this 3-step architecture. It could be different. This is just one idea that I brainstormed. It does seem kind of overcomplicated. If we can have the same... what I like about this is that on the map test side, the data can be controlled by the map maker. So the map maker can change the name of the map at will and like say, oh, actually unsubmit. I want to put it back under construction or whatever they want. The person working on the map has control over their submission status. But once it's in staging, it's in the hands of the map council. And so the data is controlled by the map council for the staging. And then the main game is like the ethereal, official thing, and it can only be sort of interacted with. The doing too much, really 3 people going over it anyway. Is being tested before accepting regardless. Yes. So the difference here is that there would be a times database potentially for staging. So staging could have its own times database, and anyone could join the bhop staging or surf staging place. And the staging place, so it would be, so this is the main places, and then this is the staging places. And so I'd have surf staging, bhop staging, fly trial staging, I guess. And the difference is that the staging places would use the staging maps. So my table hands, so you push a map fix to staging, so it's on a newer version than the main game. And it has its own times database. And anyone can join and get a time to validate and confirm that the map is possible and test it. And then only after there's at least one time on the map is the map council allowed to push it to the main place, because it's tested. It's confirmed to be possible. And that sort of allows a more asynchronous testing process. Because right now, what has to happen is HJMN needs to get people to test the maps right as they're being accepted. And if it's not beaten right then and there, it doesn't get in. So if you can sort of relax that and like let anyone complete it to do that part of the process confirmation. I don't want to be grinding a tier 6 map fix where it's a couple things being made CC false. Exactly. And so you can get someone else to do it. You can say, can you join the map and confirm it's possible? Because it's going into the main game. It's going live. You can ruin the entire map. And if you just change a couple things to can collide false, but you accidentally move the entire map, when you have someone test it, they'll find that out. A map fix is generally not affecting whether it's possible or not, but it can. It can make it impossible. I was thinking about this earlier, like, is it really necessary to require this? Like I could lift the restriction for map fixes. That's take it longer and validate a map fix. Yeah. So this is debatable. I can make it so that the validation is only necessary for submissions and not necessary for map fixes. That is a possibility. I really like validation, but for a programmer, that's as easy as like running unit tests. If we had better code, I could run the world record bots on the map, and that could be the validation, is like the world record bots still run correctly and still reach the finish line. That would be the unit test. And it could like, we could sort of like elid the staging out of the equation, and like when you press accept, it runs the bots and then goes to main. And that's the testing stage. But since we don't have that, I think it's fine to require someone to play the map fix at the minimum to confirm it's not obscenely confirm it's like something didn't go wrong. That's my thinking is like surely someone can complete the map. It doesn't have to be you. You can get your Astros workhorse to do it. Not trying to beat the hardest thing in the game right now. You make a good point, and it is on the table. I can see both sides. Very carefully testing everything will catch a problem at some point, but if we have excellent like time invalidation or deletion forms and processes where like you can revert the change pretty easily if you made a mistake, that's timescale save log validating just for a map fix gets done. Zero chance that gets done. I think that trusting the map council and like letting them do their job is important. So it could be the same process as the pull request that I wanted for the pull request, where someone who's not the map fix submitter has to push to live. That could be the like test procedure. Validation or map council approval. That's good. That's more code, but the code would already exist for submissions. Submissions would require testing. I like that the best, I think. There's an easy path if the map is nearly impossible and you can work with non-map council members to test your map fix for you, or test it yourself. I don't know. I mean, test it yourself. At least you tested it, I guess. Now I'm thinking like someone else has to test it. It doesn't matter that much. I should stop bike shedding this. I think that's a good happy medium. Not even a medium. It's like excellent in all regards, I think. Right. So I was thinking about persistence and how do you have one entry that persists everywhere? Okay, so if there's an all maps database that's like everything in staging and main, it's like surf rigid is a map that exists ethereally. So that would be so laggy. So it'd have like so you have a unified database for all maps. Then the staging database refers to a map in that list, and the main game also refers to maps in that list for different games. So maps don't have an intended game ID. It's not like that makes more sense. Like I'm making a surf map, but the games would have a list of maps they use. Architecture change. Patching a small hole in the roof. Can I fall some decoration? I see. I think persistence is important. I don't think transient map fixes that get deleted once it's accepted is a good idea. So problem with that is it doesn't have this status of like live and testing. Instead, it would be version numbers. So the main game would be on like version 2, while testing is on, or staging, is on version 3. And then pushing to live means updating the main game to version 3. Instead of having this live testing status. So the staging map would persistently refer to the main game map. They would refer to the same entry rather in a shared list of maps. So the main game wouldn't necessarily include all maps from the all maps list. So some of the maps would still be waiting to be pushed to the live game to be added to the map lists of each game. I think that's better because then you can have a web page for each map. Yeah, actually that's great because that's more unified. You don't need like these 3 database things. You have like a web page for each map and it says main game version 3, staging version 4, something. And it's the same map. It's surf frigid. There's no distinction between map fix 1 and map fix 2. Map fix 1 is version 2 and map fix 2 is version 3 of surf frigid. They're not like deleted once they're pushed to live, and they don't show up as separate maps in the map list. It's replaced when you upload another version. I think that's a simpler mental model. That's what people would expect from a map system. So the concept that there's one map, it's surf rigid, and it exists on main, but there's also a staging version that's new. That's a newer version with a map fix applied. And you can see all that information on the same web page. And then what about map test? I think map test is sort of the wild card, and it's the Wild West, and the data is owned by the people who made the entries. And then it becomes a version of some map when you accept it into the staging database. So you could that could be the standard way to propose map fixes and map submissions, is to accept it into the staging database. So it's someone's model of some map, and then you say, upload this model as a new version of Surf Rigid on staging. So it goes from Wild West to its Surf Frigid version 3. What does that mean for testing and the statuses? Does that mean each map test map is transient and like deleted once you accept it? That's kind of what I just suggested, and I don't like it. Map tests should be deleted since they can change once overwritten. What do you mean? So like, okay, so you're saying transient. Well, so you'd have to like, so you could use the same model, but you'd have to make a new map test entry. So then like the map test maps are always trying to do something, like they're trying to be accepted. And if they're, well, but then, okay, so then rejected status wouldn't exist. It would be deleted. But I guess, I mean, that's important to have as like a historical reference of like, did we reject this? Didn't we reject this map? Oh yeah, it's rejected. Update a lot of my fixes with new maps because it's already a map test inventory and it's just loaded easily. But it could have the same mental model that I was just describing, where it's surf frigid. I guess that's a bit different. You can't. It's more Wild West. You can't have as strict control because it's anyone could just like make a model, and it could be different models. So you don't have the same persistence. You have to transform the Wild West into the like strict persistence. This is a new version of Surf Frigid when you accept it. So you could use the same model, but you have to make a new map test database entry for like a Surf Frigid map fix. So there's another problem is like, what if you put the wrong map? I guess you just delete it and make another one. I was thinking like, could you change which map you're trying to fix? But no, you would just delete it and make another one. So map test entries are meant to be deleted and they're Wild West transient. Different people could make different models that both try to fix Surf Frigid. So it doesn't make sense to have the one true model that is the current version of the Surf Frigid map fix. That can only be done on staging, where it's models owned by the StrafesNet staging group, and they can correspond to models on the main game when they are a map fix. Or they could be a new map that's not in the game yet. What happens if there's a map fix under construction and someone else wants to make a map fix for the same map? How would that work, since map fixes need to be done sequentially? Okay, so here's what happens. So imagine someone has a model that's a map fix, and they own that model, and they're like, create new submission, create new map fix on the map test database. That's, any player can do that. And now it exists. There's an entry on the map test database that's my map fix, and it is submitted. And then someone else also does that. My map fix for Surf Frigid submitted. So those are two separate entries on the map test database, and they're both submitted, trying to fix the same map. That can exist just fine on the map test database. When a map council member clicks accept on one of those map fixes, it's uploaded onto the staging group and becomes version 3 of Surf Frigid on staging. So then if you accept the other map fix right after, that becomes version 4. So that's how that happens. And like, it would just totally replace it. And you would lose all the changes from the previous map fix. But that's how it's organized. In my current mental model. So in that case, should map test maps have like a lifetime, an expiring date of like when they expire? But then you don't have the like, did we reject this map? How much data is that? Data. Map test. 112 bytes. Get merged to RBXM files. Yeah, that's what that would be pretty cool. But I think the format is not good enough for that. I would love to try to do that with StrafesNet maps. And how I would try to do that is I would use the like undo redo queue from the map editor. So like when you add a new part, it would have an instruction, add surf at this location, and then, or like delete surf at this location, delete this surf. And that would be like the undo queue. So when you press Control Z, it would undo those actions. And all you would need to do to merge two map fixes would be to run both undo queues, or like redo. You'd like add surf, add wall, add surf, add wall. And it, that might work. Could other submitted maps be moved to under construction once one has been accepted. What does that mean? You said, could other submitted maps be moved to under construction once one has been accepted? Well, with the Wild West map test, the idea would be that they would like retire, and like it either ends up accepted or rejected, and then it's never touched again. You have to make a new submission every time you want to make a map fix. You have to make a new submission every time you want to submit the map. Changes requested would be the only, like, that would be for like submissions where like you submit your new map, and then the map council reviews it and they request changes, and then that's the same submission that has changes requested, and then as the map maker you submit it again. But if it's rejected, so like I think that rejected and accepted are like end of the line for those map test database entries, and they're archived and they can't be changed after that. Maybe. Or they're deleted. Accepted one fix and then didn't see and accepted the other. Yeah, probably not deleted. Deleted is erasing information. Yeah, so it'd be nice to have like a change log, a map change log, where you can see a like chronological list of recently accepted, recently reviewed submissions, whether that's a map fix or a new map. And you can see like surf frigid can collide false decoration accepted, and it would show like each one. What do you think? Where you create a new map test, map fix, and then the map council reviews it and either accepts or rejects it, and then it's done and archived, and it's put into that that list of like what has happened recently. And then if you want to make another map fix, you have to create a new entry. Yeah. Hello. Hello in Twitch and YouTube. Changes requested is good. Yeah, I think that isn't conflicting. I think it's good to not delete data. So it's like 112 bytes. I'll survive. I guess there's like the display name and stuff, but oh, interesting. Does that make that different? Hold on. So on map test, what's going on here? So that'd be a similar. I want to be really clear with this. Okay, so if it's a submission, it has all new data because that data doesn't exist. But if it's a map fix, it does not. It only refers to. Let's see. So what would that have? So it would be the staging asset and the owner who created the mapfix entry, the model and the status. So the model is like what the model ID of the mapfix is, uploaded by the owner. So this would be a mapfix and this would be a map submission. This is like, I don't know. I don't know. So they both have this status of accepted, rejected, change request submitted under construction. But this is creating new information. So this information probably makes sense in the type. Game ID. I don't know. And then are these the same now? Yes. Okay, so then now they are the same. So this guy is part of the map test type. And then status model. All right, yeah, they're the same now. Awesome. Just had to like mentally go through that. Okay, so now is smaller. Why is it smaller? Doesn't matter. Okay, so this is a map test map. It doesn't necessarily include this information because maybe it refers to an existing staging model, because like you intend to upload it to this, you intend to upload it as a new version of Surf Frigid, which exists on staging. I guess how do I reverse index that? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna read the chat. Having just those three doesn't count for multiple submitted fixes by different fixers. What do you mean? Why would it not have display name and creator? Because it's a map fix, right? You want to, both can be fixed with ports or typos. Yeah. That doesn't have to be part of a map fix. You can just directly edit those. You could like go to the website and change the map name or something like that. That would be problematic for having a shared all maps thing. But yeah, it doesn't. That was kind of a mistake having those in the map, like the creator and display name. That's database information. Date. That does not belong there. This is like um, uh, the information needed to create a new map entry in the database. It's like fill in the fields. That's what they are. The data fields for creating a new entry. But then if the entry already exists, you can just edit it with some sort of interface. I might want to do that, to have like a I don't know, like ability to just change map names on a whim. I don't like that. I'm going to change all the map names to penis as a protest. I can't believe Quaternions didn't do this. Penis. Not a huge deal. You can do it April 4. I'm going to look in the fridge. I'll be right back. The problem with that thinking of like, I don't want the map council to be able to change the maps on the map names on a whim, is that like you can just do the same thing with the map fixes. You can just submit a map fix that ruins maps. So like that thinking doesn't apply globally. It's just FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt on my part. I'll be right back. I think that changing the map names is not super important, and should not be part of the map fixes. I can just do that. I can like have a command in the game, set map name or something, and just do it when it needs to be done. It doesn't need to be part of the pipeline, the map pipeline. And shouldn't, I think. I think. Okay. Cheese success. Cheese success. Has to be approved by the map council. Well, that's the thing, is it's something that could slip by unnoticed pretty easily. I think having a different interface for it is a good way, because like it's also bad data normalization to have that like in the map file as well. I don't know. It's not super important. It's like extra work to like check it constantly instead of just having a thing that changes it on the database where the actual data is. Database. No way. Get off the cheese. Vicious thread. Acceptable. Oh no, there's another thread. I think they're black threads from my shirt. Bruh. Oh. I was pretty sure that the like persistence would extend to the map test place, but thinking it through seems like it doesn't actually. And the persistence is only possible, bro, within the staging and main game. So you can point to a map. You can point to a map in the all maps list from the map test entry to be like, I'm fixing that map. But reusing your previous map fix database entry, like it stops being accepted and goes back to under construction. Mm, mm. Jeez. Reuse and persistence is stateful. If I didn't allow models at all, you would always have the latest version when you like create a new map fix. It would be like, go to the Surf Frigid webpage, create new map fix. And you have to like download it. I don't know. Yeah, I think that having group-owned models at the staging or not at the map test Wild West area is too much friction for working with maps. So I think that has to like be converted into the controlled group models after that, so that you can just test things and do whatever on the map test places. If you reuse your old model and it doesn't include a new map fix, so be it. Hopefully the map council notices when during testing or something. That was the problem in my mind, is like, if you have a persistent model at every stage, so there's 3 stages: map test, staging, main. If you make version 2 on map test and then it gets accepted into staging, and then staging is now on version 2 and that goes live, main is now on version 2. If someone else does a map fix and then you go to use the same model that you already had, then that doesn't include the new stuff. Maybe actually, yeah, I can programmatically check that. I can check like if you try to create a map fix and the model doesn't exactly match the staging version that you're trying to fix, then it'll be like, please download. Well, I guess that's the point, is that you're changing it. I don't know. I think it's that's not very common to like do a map fix and then another map fix by different people without noticing, because there's 1,000 maps. It has happened. But like, hopefully the map council notices if it's a regression. And I shouldn't worry about it. Programmatically reusing the same model in map test, I shouldn't worry too much about it. I need cow juice. I need it. I should wake up earlier. When it gets dark, I feel like I should stop working. This is going to be a lot of work. So how could I simplify this to start? I could ignore the map test part, and accepted would just be a map council member uploading a map to staging. So the map council could work as normal until I have made the map test part as well. And so it just creates the more important testing part that I want, where instead of doing pull requests on the map tracking GitHub repo, you would upload a map fix to staging, test it, and click a button, and it would check the scripts and publish it to the game, and I wouldn't have to block you from that. And also you could download the files through that as well. So that's sort of a more minimal starting point to aim for, to reduce the scope of the project and make something exist sooner. But I do want to think about the whole thing ahead of time. At least think about it. Yeah. So the important part of this is that maps, the current versions of maps can be downloaded by map council members without needing to DM me an ID. The map council members can publish map fixes and new maps, publish map fixes and new maps to the main game without me blocking the process. In a safe way, in terms of scripts. I already have the tool that can check the scripts against the ones I've already checked, which makes map fixes fast and easy. That's the important part. That's my goals. Cool. Cool. Lots of thinking. Hmm. Don't break the plate. Okay. Hmm. Well, I haven't written any code yet. I've only just organized the data structures. Hmm. Well, you can also choose the release date. I wonder if it would be good um, to um, publish new submissions all at once, so that it can like schedule the map releases. Randomly, or if like choosing the map release dates. I don't know. Choosing the map release dates sounds like a recipe for conflict, if I'm being honest. Where if the map council is choosing the release date for each map, then there's room for favoritism and prejudice. But if it's just some algorithm that goes like, I'm probably overthinking it. Man, I love enums and structs so much. Data structures, making the right, structuring your data correctly just makes such a huge difference in designing software. Gone are the days of everything is a table. Hmm. Okay, so the asset IDs should be on the all maps list. So the staging and main maps point to a map on the all maps list that may or may not be published to the main game, but definitely has a staging model. And so it lists that staging model, asset ID, and then there's an optional value for. I gotta do this. Maps. Hmm. 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 Yeah. So that removes the. Bro. That removes this status of like testing versus live. Bruh. So where's that version number? Mm, I don't know. I do not know. Version number. Do I even need a version number? Or does the button just do it and it doesn't matter? Hmm. It's kind of stateful. I guess I could scan the model and like have a hash, and that's stored in the dingus, and then it's just like it doesn't need a version number. Roblox can keep track of that. It can just be, is the hash the same as to whether the publish button exists on the website. It would just check to see if the main version is the exact same file as the staging version. And if it's the same file, then there's no point in publishing. But if it's not the same file, then you can press publish. And there's no live or testing status. Oh, optional. True. It's a little bit bad data normalization, but like the data's on Roblox. Like I can't control Roblox. It's a little bit bad data normalization. Okay, so I can do like. Um, oh. Okay, what hash am I using? It doesn't matter. Zip hash. Stephanie Mills. Womp womp. The only problem would be if Roblox changes the file as it's after it's uploaded, or like I haven't seen Roblox do that, but they could just randomly start doing that. I'm gonna change this asset. I guess I could intercept it again as it's being published. And like it downloads the staging model, hashes it, and then writes both on publish. Just in case Roblox is like, I'm gonna change the model. I don't know. I'm bike shedding again. Honestly, I'm happy with where the work got today, where the work got to today. Um, Interesting. Interesting. That changes this. So it doesn't actually know what the model ID is. It only refers to the. So in this guy, it knows what the staging model is. It's so that I can like. Why don't I write that asset ID? Uh This doesn't exist. This is what? We're one and the same. This guy is the same as that guy. So it's implicitly a submission. What? So there's no status and no type. Whoa. So the all maps database is simply the staging database. There's no distinction. There's no distinction for the staging type. think I like this here. Game ID is not real. Haha. Damn. Damn. So staging asset ID, it does not need to know that because that's oh crap. That's what this is. Oops. So submission is creating a new one. What? Okay, so actually the model version stuff is not important. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's good to double check. Because like there's so what that was there for was just in case the person submitting it is trying to do some sort of timing attack where they update the map just as it's being published to the game and replace it with something obscene. The idea was that it would check the Roblox model version to see if it's the same as it checked previously. But if it's going into staging first, that's not really needed. Because staging is where the testing and the script checking happens. And it's controlled by the group models. So it's only accessible with the automation interfaces. No one can edit the files without the automation tooling knowing about it. Okay, so no need. So map test type is real. Submission type? I don't know. What about status? Yep, status is real as well. So the status is there. And then staging, all the status and type is implicit based on this value right here. And the hash. So the hash says whether it's a different version than the main game, which was the where is it? Which was the status value I had on staging. That's live versus testing. And I can show that on the website as live or testing. I can say that the current staging version is the same as the live version just by checking the hash and seeing like is the staging asset version the same as the main asset version hash. The asset ID will be different, but because they're on different they're different models on different groups. The staging group versus the main game group. So that information is redundant when you have the hash. And then what was the other one? Right. The live and not live. The whether it's a map fix or a submission is based on whether the main asset exists yet. If you publish it for the first time, it's a submission. If you're publishing again, then it's a map fix. So that's based on this. So I'm discovering this based on the data structures here as I'm working with the data structures. And that's why I'm doing this. That's the entire reason to do this. Okay, so game ID. I wonder if game ID should be a checklist. I mean, you can like check boxes of what games it should go into and select multiple. How would that work? Supabase. I don't know what that is. Chat GPT says it uses Postgres. A lot of things use Postgres. That's not correct. There we go. Or is it? As it is uploaded. I guess it is correct. Okay, so the Git, if there is a changelog and it exists, then it makes sense to be here in the staging map database. Yeah, this architecture could actually work with that. It would be nice to be able to show the difference. So you could like visualize the changes to the map. But that's a lot of work. Another time. Beautiful, beautiful. Data structures are coming together. So game ID is not real? Oh my god. So I could delete this, I guess. What should I do about the game ID? Um, that would be like checkboxes when you publish for the first time. So like the form would have like add it to these games, I guess. Maybe that's maybe I do want redundant data for that, so that like it can display it. So the yeah. No, that's a good point. So I could like regenerate the map lists based on the bit flags, and then it's the inverse of each other. It's the map lists versus the map bit flags of which games it's in. I won't have more than 64 games, so. How the tarnation do you do bit flags? It's not an enum. No, it's not there. Oh, there it is. Should I have you 8? Do you think I'd have more than 8 games? It's not a big deal. I can just get to 32. What is the alignment for this? 16. Ah. 16 bytes. Oof. Change. Oh my god. Ay, 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 ay. Well. Nice. Oh my god. Um. Uh. Okay. Question: should this be filled out uh, by the map test dude or map council when it's added to staging? So at what point? I think it's map test. I think the map creator knows which maps they want their map, or which games they want their map to be playable in. And then the map council can change it. I don't know. Maybe it's better to have it when it gets accepted. Bike shedding. What was I doing? The bit flag, bit flag. Boo, boo, boo. Okay, actually, it doesn't work here. Well, no, it could be actually submission games. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say because like you can't change which games. But if it's there, then it's fine. No way. Wow. Wow, this evolved quite a bit. Okay, I'm gonna cut it. Where is it? Oh, it doesn't exist. Can't leave it as hello world. Ew, spaces. Ew. Okay. What to do about the git? So, the changelog is only possible because um, it's persistent. So before, when I was imagining it as transient, you couldn't have a changelog on the map because like it would only be created and then never refer to the same map again, or like I would refer to the same map, but like you'd make a new one every time you did a map fix. But now No, you don't. You don't do that. Reverting map fixes could be a little bit annoying. To code. It'll be possible. Changelog is good information. Like, changelog is good information of like what changed on the map. Cool. Great. Great, great, great. Excellent work today. I'm glad I got my server fixed. Setting up Postgres was quite easy after the file system worked. When you can't make files, it's kind of hard to install software. Or do anything. Makes it hard. Awesome. That is way, way, way different than even the start of today. It's simpler and more complicated. Cool. I'm happy with this. I guess I changed it since I said that last time. Right. So you need the staging place. So the programming staging place has to be, oh, I guess you can have both. Dev and staging. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess that makes sense actually. To have the development place on this group and then the staging place for programming on the main group because you need to use the models from the main game. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Well, I think I'm going to end the stream there. Call it a success. And more brainstorming and possibly coding tomorrow. learning, designing, thinking. Did I ever start the YouTube stream? I did. Isn't that nice? Okay. So this time, when I press the buttons to stop the stream, I think it'll work. Goodbye.